Good evening and welcome. So it is time for Wednesday stream of the Dyson Sphere program. Anyone know the reason for leaving spaces in between solar panels instead of using a solid line? Yes, I know, because I'm the one doing it. If you notice what I do it so it fits with the grid. That's nice, fits with the grid, that's what we do. And the second one is, if you do not leave a space between them, then you do all the way around the planet, and then you have a little teeny tiny gap that's too small for fitting in, and that would just drive me crazy. So there is no way that I could accept that. Therefore, I accept that there is not as tightly packed, but then again, I would rather be consistent than get the absolutely optimal things. So that's why we do it. We do it for this reason, because it looks better. It then follows the grids. So yeah. Securious, thank you for the 2 months. And Stuff, thank you for the 8 months. Today's TSP video was on me, which made me giggle just a bit. Was on you. Yes, it was. Yesterday's. Yes. Build concrete more concrete. No, someone already did that behind the scenes. Whoops. What we're going to do today is focus a bit more on a Dyson Sphere. That's something I'd like to do, and I'd like to have a neat design for that. Let me just cycle back before we start talking a bit about upcoming things. But there was a question right before I started with the question, how do you know how big of a shell section you can make? Too large and it won't accept any more solar sails. Right, so my short and inadequate answer was that's not how it works. The way it works is the intersections between each square or shape, that is where cells are accepted. Each of those locations can only accept 120 at a time. So no matter that means if you want your shell to fill up quickly, you have more nodes, because nodes are where they get absorbed. And if you make like a maximum size fields that you can make, then it's going to take a very long time, because they still only fill up with 120. And what you can then see is that as you start filling up your sphere, then every single node is accepting as fast as it can, and then you're still just having tons and tons of sails floating around that are not getting absorbed, because you just don't have enough nodes. So the point is, you have to find that balance between how many nodes you want to have, because more nodes is more rockets and they're expensive, but it's also faster absorption. That's how it works. And thank you, Gareth, for the gift up to Felic. Yeah, it's weird that, Fennec, you have won a level 5 hype train, but you're not a subscriber. That just doesn't make any sense to me. Must have been among a million subs. And if I look at the one here, it was together. You won together with Barthik, and I'm pretty sure Barthik won the subs part. So you must have snuck in there with the bits for that one, and joining in on the bit side. And that's why you're not were not a subscriber, but you are now. So welcome back into the fold. I think that's one of the key advantages that would be for me running ads. Would just be, it would be that reminder for people that maybe have gotten a gift sub and gotten a lot of other gift subs, and then sort of when they fall off, then you don't really notice, because whatever, I'm just watching the stuff. But then suddenly, like, what? There's an ad? Why is that? Oh, it fell off or something. But you know, it has to be a really, really good point for us to do that. Anyway, don't like ads. But they are unfortunate. Unfortunately, they work, and that's why the whole internet is running on ads. So that was just running off on some of those questions initially for Dyson Sphere. Let's talk a bit about what's upcoming. While people sort of filter in and get your favorite brew ready, or beverage, or whatever you want to settle in. Make sure that your wife is asleep and the kids are, I don't know, out, something. Or whatever else. Or you are settling into the car, driving through the forests of Sweden, or whatever preference you have for watching, listening to the stream. Anyway, the next 2 days I am going on a little trip, so I won't be streaming Thursday and Friday. I'll be back Saturday. I think I'll be back in the afternoon, so I should be able to stream Saturday evening, and I'll be streaming Darkest Friday on Saturday, so it's going to be Darkest Saturday instead. That's probably going to be more stressful than usual, I'm sure. Sunday we will be starting something new. Well, we are going to be replaying God of War on PS5, and it's going to be awesome, amazing. So if you like that game and just want to catch up before the sequel comes in on the 9th of November, then come join those streams. I'll be streaming it a couple of times next week. Next week is the next couple of weeks I'll be sort of putting in a couple of streams for this so that we can complete it just in time for us to get ready, so that we can go straight into the new God of War Ragnarok when it comes out, and then we're sort of freshly updated on the lore, the mechanics, the setting, the story, all of that stuff, so we're ready for that. And I hope that we can also sort of be sort of building up a little following for God of War, because it is such an amazing game, and I can just hope that it's as good of a game than the next one. I can only hope. I liked one-time payment more than a subscription. I cleaned out a lot of unused subscriptions like gym and public transit card beginning of this year, saving me 200 euro a month. That is a lot of subscriptions. Yeah. Yeah, it is true. There's a lot of subscription things, and that's fine. That's kind of how I make my living. So I also have to sell subscriptions, or however I do it. Because like anyone else who sells subscription, it is just really advantageous, because subscriptions will change by a percentage generally per month, percentage up, percentage down. And some are really volatile, like Twitch subscriptions. Some are less volatile, like Patreon subscriptions, which means if I look 1 to 5 months ahead, 1 to 6 months ahead, then I do have some kind of expectation that it's not going to be sort of falling off a cliff. If I was living off ads and sponsorships, then for whatever reason, then those could be more volatile, like Apocalypse, for example. So that's how I prefer things to work. And then in return, you get the luxury of having planets and stars named after you. It's not a big thing, but hey, how often do you have a star or a planet named after you? Would be great to build a sphere big enough to contain a planet inside, full of receivers. Well, that is what exists. And Gurney, thank you for the 2 months. You live from people like me who subscribe and forget to subscribe and don't bother to go through the hassle of canceling it. No, and that's not really true. It's actually something that bothers me quite a lot when I see someone who's been subscribed for a long time and I don't sort of hear them, because this is where I mostly interact with people, and I just don't see people here in Twitch, and I wonder like, I haven't seen this guy for a while, or then are they still active? I don't know. And that's kind of, it bothers me, and that's why when for example Overkill +1 turned out to be a master of the path that was just having a different name, I was just super excited about it, because then it's like, yay, so it's not sort of someone who just go like, hey, I like to support your stuff, and I pledge for a year and then forget to cancel it a year after, but someone who's actually around once in a while at least. How the internet can be supported by ads? I've been using an ad blocker since they were invented. Rarely see any ads. Well, that's because not a lot of people are like you. And even though there are some who use ad blockers, then as internet has transitioned more to mobile, it's harder to avoid ads. So because things happen in apps instead, and that's just how it works. And you can't download an ad blocker on, I don't know, iOS. I don't know. Maybe you can. I don't know. Hello, Isolde. And so that's there's a lot of ads being shown to even people who who think they don't really. For example, I watch ads when I watch YouTube on my TV because I don't really have a choice. I run it from the PlayStation app, and that has ads in it, and then I'll just have to accept it. So that's yeah, ads embedded in stream can't be blocked. No, true. And the reason why is because it fucking works. If it didn't work, it wouldn't be there. And it's like, for example, like an influencer ads are working really well because they are just you listen more to your favorite influencer talking about their favorite product, even though you know that they're not their favorite product. But it's still like, oh, but if they endorse it, that must mean that they think it's okay. Like, that's not how it works. That's also why I make it clear that every time I do a sponsorship, I do a sponsorship for the showcase. I don't do a sponsorship for the opinion. So, and of course, I don't want to be demoing something that I think is horrible. And if I think it's not as good, then I'll just not sort of add more to it than that, right? On the other hand, it's also nice with these sponsorships for showcases where I can just demonstrate something, and then we find out that that's actually a really cool game that we would otherwise have missed. So, for example, Terraformers and Ozymandias are just like games I would never have found if it wasn't for the sponsorships, and I've had a good time with those. So, and similarly with other games as well. Yeah, subscription creep is such a huge problem now. Everyone wants a piece of the monthly income pie. Yep, it is. Yep. If you like the content of the stream, it's worth to see the ad. Yeah, but the problem is the ads don't pay me. Right, so if you watch an ad before you get into the stream, don't think like, oh, at least it supports Nilos. That it does not. And technically, yes, it does, but factually, it doesn't. It is so minuscule amount that it's completely irrelevant. It is about 1% of my Twitch income is from ads, and it's a pain in the ass for people to watch ads. So it's not something I would gladly give up that, but that's not an option. So. And now car manufacturers are having subscription for heated seats. Well, no, not car manufacturers. Only BMW is so shitty. I was actually considering a BMW for my next my next car because I don't want to support a Russian agent and his car company. So that's then I was like, oh, BMW. Like, oh yeah, they have subscription for their heated seats. No fucking way I'm gonna do that. So I'm kind of shit out of luck when it comes to new cars because I don't know. That's kind of problematic. Hyundai and Kia were that way. Yeah, unfortunately, someone has to be the first one and take the hit, and then the rest will go like, did they get away with it? They took the marketing hit from it. All right, well now we're just no worse than BMW. Well, okay, well that's yeah. It's cheaper to pay for the 4 months you need in monthly than the upfront costs if you replace it within many. I know it might be beneficial, but there's something about paying a monthly fee, and I know that they can be like, I want to just pay for it and then it's mine and I don't have to worry about it, instead of getting a monthly invoice for something that I feel is mine. Like, I feel my car is mine, so why am I paying for it every month? Yeah, of course, if I have a car loan, of course, that's kind of it, but it might be cheaper. You can also lease your car, and then it makes sense because then the lease is including, oh, do you want all these extras? And we bake it into the lease, and that lease is basically what you pay for on a monthly basis. Sure, but if you buy a car and then, like, come on, don't do that. So I would have understood it was a subscription for turn signals. Yeah, that's true. I mean, they are completely optional in BMWs. I saw one though, but that was on the motorway, and he must have paid for it and wanted to really get all of his mileage, so he had the turn signal on all the time. I mean, you pay for it, you want to get the most mileage out of it, and it's not a lot of BMWs you see with turn signals, so it's nice that they are getting the maximum utilization out of it. So that's good. For oil change and other maintenance, but that income stream is going away with electric cars. Yeah. It's already built in, so whether you subscribe or not, it's no difference in the building cost of a car. Yeah, but that's... I see that argument, but I also know how it works. Like, it's cheaper to build... It can be cheaper to build the same car that has all the things, to a certain limit of course, and then just disable it, and then you can enable it later. For example, autopilot in Teslas. There's no physical difference between a car that has it or a car that doesn't have it. And if you have the car that doesn't have it, if it's a newer model, you can always just pay it and then you get it. And that's because building two completely different production lines with different computers and sensors and all that stuff is probably more complicated and more expensive than building one and then going like, well, it's just a flip of a switch. So yeah. Yeah, but subscribing for physical things is, it feels wrong, right? It feels wrong that you're like buying a house, but you can't go to the first floor unless you pay an extra fee. You're like, I bought the fucking house, it's right there. It's literally up the stairs, but I'm not allowed to go up there unless I pay a fee. That's why it feels bad. But you know, we know how it is. Anyway, you are allowed to watch the stream whether you are subscribed or not. So enjoy. I will be jumping into the game so you can enjoy that. I think my hard drive might have issues, because things that are sort of accessing hard drive stuff is kind of feeling like it takes a bit of time. Huh, I have multiple saves. I think we'll take that one. Yeah, that one. And once it's loading, we are going to jump on in. There we go. Alright, we're good. Alright, so this is on the Felic planet. We did a few things. It's funny, I've been playing... it's actually really nice that every time I log in, it comes with this, how to rotate the camera. And it's a good thing, because I do right click after I play Timberborn, and then I forget it here. So this is was for my video. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you liked it. I thought it was nice that we did that last time and just... Oh, wow. How have I not noticed this? Rotating camera is middle mouse button. Map view. Rotating is the rotating the earth. But rotating the camera is... Oh my god, why? How have I not noticed that that's completely different hotkeys? That makes no sense. How have I just... How have I never noticed that? Wow. That's so weird. Just get the... Alright, so what I just did on this planet was just build a little bit of things here, and unfortunately we see that we don't have enough iron to support it, and we have a little bit of our power. This is our standardized power supply here, since we have in this system we have a gas giant, as you can see. So I'm just leaching some hydrogen off the gas giant, building this design here that just build that so we can have concrete. I was really annoyed about not having enough concrete, so now we have these things here just working on concrete, and we have one of the locations up here is now also importing steel, and yeah, that's a lot of steel coming in, and that's just being wished away here. So the things we'd like to do today, we have to go back and figure out what this problem is. Then we have to make a better steel production facility, and then we should build a design for our, let's have a look at this one, 2.462, that's about the maximum you can have. Then we should take a look at building something for a rocket, rockets for the Dyson Sphere, and we're going to build the Dyson Sphere in this system first, I think. That's a very concrete planet. And we are here, so in hyperspace. That's when we thank the patrons. Thank you, patrons. Thank you for you who have supported me, pledged one time on Patreon and then forgot to cancel it. Thank you for forgetting to cancel it. And if I just reminded you, thank you for not going immediately and canceling it. Hello, Cocaine. Good evening. And of course, the planets we have here, or the stars we have here, Viking, Tekevaro, and Everest, are masters of the path. And as much as we like, we can't really take any more new masters in here. Well, we can, but we don't have any new names for planets yet. Yeah. All right. So why are you not working? Hmm? Oh, quantum chips. No quantum chips. Glass is bad. Huh. Okay. So glass is a problem? Of course glass is a problem. I think we chose the wrong way around the world here. This one is getting glass inbound, but and it is set to get it inbound, but it's not getting it because there's nowhere in this system that has glass. There's actually nowhere that produces glass. Ironically, we just came from a planet that has plenty of stone, so that's a good place to make glass. We're just gonna go back to whence we came and make a glass location at that point. Is there anything we'd want to get more? Which one did we go? We wanted to go to Felic. There we go. That one. And just checking again. Ah, that's probably fine. Probably fine. Go. Does it take more rockets to build a Dyson Sphere on a blue star than in home one? Yes and no. It doesn't take enough more to build the same sphere. But the thing is, you can build a bigger sphere around a bigger star. So you will tend to build a bigger star around a bigger Dyson Sphere around a bigger star, and therefore it takes more. So. That one. Is this moon here? Go. I didn't even notice that we barely had any power left. If only we had some concrete. Oh, wait a minute. Definitely not what I want. I wanted this one. It kind of bothers me that I don't have these blueprints as blueprints. Because I really shouldn't be building them, and they're kind of my standardized at this stage in the game, and I'm using this design. As soon as I have it, I'm going to use this design for quite a while. So you might as well get the 3 versions of it. The one that is 1-to-1, the one that's 2-to-1, and the one that's tiered. Yeah. So I'm going to take... Yeah, let me make... And I don't even know what to call it. I should probably call it like early mid-game there. And this one isn't going to be built here. Or it's... I'll take you out and you out. And this should be number 1. This should be number 1. This should be number 1. And it should be number 1. And then I just need to... See, I want this to be a template. I still hate that bigger the sphere, the more power logic. Okay, think of it in a different way. You have infinite power from the star. And I know that's not how the Dyson Sphere works. But the fact that you have more surface area means that you can capture more of the sun, more of the star. That's the logic. So if you make a smaller one, yeah, each solar cell can only absorb a certain amount of energy, no matter how much light that hits it. So by putting it further out, then you can have more, and they will then be able to work at maximum utilization at that point. So it can make sense. Like a solar panel today is not scaling linearly with the amount of photons that hit it. And there will certainly be a point where it does not continue to produce any output. And beyond that point, you're not going to get any more electricity out. And even further beyond that point, you're probably going to destroy it and degrade it. So you can sort of see it from that point, that if you make it closer, then fewer of those solar panels will be working at the maximum utilization, and everything, even though they get bombarded with, I don't know, 1,000% of what they can absorb, then they're only working at 100%. So this is stone, iron, copper, magnets, copper, stone, and magnets, right? Those are the only ones that are 1-to-1. Yes. And this will be I want to call it late game, but it's not really.
You have returned.
Earth 1660. Thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Got a new computer and formatted my old hard drive to be a second drive. Got DSP. That doesn't have cloud save. Oh no. Sorry to hear that. The Dyson Sphere should be opaque and absorb. Yeah, I mean, the concept of the Dyson Sphere is that it absorbs all the energy from a sun, from a star. So, hence, you can't have light on the outer side. Then it wouldn't be absorbing all of it. Yeah, it's just 100 hours. It's fine. Yeah, I mean, I can say that, but if you can play 2 hours a night, 3 days a week, then that's kind of still a long time you've been playing that, right? Okay, so this is smelter 1-to-1 pattern 160. I'll just call it 120 per sec. Of course, it's not satisfactory here. There we go. So that's one. Save. And then I want to build a new... Where are you? Ugh. Ugh. New blueprint brick. This one. What are we calling these? Because they're not really late game smelters. We'll call them. And they will be just to indicate what we're using. See, I'm using that one, and I'm using that one. So it's not like the ultimate, mega, ultra, super thing, but these are the things that it consists of. Yeah. There. And then I'm going to show and explore. That's the one. Good. And now I will take this one out. You're on YouTube and never saw your face. It's such a weird feeling. Welcome. That's just how it goes. It's kind of funny when you hear the voice and you don't know what that person looks like. Hopefully it doesn't scare you off too much. Because I've honestly had someone that I've been following for a long time, and then they do a face reveal, and then I'm going like, oh really? Oh. Yeah. The worst case of that was actually a real life version of this. So I was a mentor for, during my studies, I was a mentor for younger students, and there was this really cool younger student, and we became really good friends, and I was sort of his mentor. And he was like really social and outspoken, and within a month he just knew everyone on campus. So and he was just looking up to me for God knows what reason, but he was looking up to me. And then he was talking to someone, and then met him in a bar, and he was like, oh hey, now you talk to someone he was talking to, hey, meet Nilaus, this is the guy I've been telling you about. And she just looked at me and go like, I thought you were bigger. What? Because his story had just made me into a giant, just from a personality perspective. But that was exactly that. Just, I thought you were bigger. Note be said, I was in a bar, I was not naked, so it's just chill with the comments. Well, actually, that's actually how I met. That is kind of the story of how I met your mother, if I was just telling it to my kids, because that's also she had also heard of me by reputation before she met me. So yeah, it's almost the same. Actually, a little short for a stormtrooper. Exactly. Alright, and I have to make sure that we... This one is the least satisfying version of it. How did that not work? Oh, that did work. Yeah. I want to see if I can get a good pattern for these intersections. No, see, that's not good. Well, maybe it is, but... Whoa! Yeah, they have to be out here as well. But they can't be... They can't be this far apart. No. Has to be, this is the maximum. Oh, they're out there instead. Ah, so that's why it's different. Huh. Would that make sense? But then it's no longer symmetrical. I mean, then I'd have to build it out here, but that's kind of stupid because these don't hit anything, so it's better to just build it here and accept it. Right, so I'm not going to be putting anything in here, and this is just going to be ready. Good. Will you ever do a fan meetup? Nope. I don't intend to. I've done it once, but that wasn't really a fan meetup. It was just me coming to Netherlands to meet some. I met a few from the moderator community sort of a few times, and then a few other people came along. But I don't want to do a fan meetup. First of all, I don't like the word fan. I think that's... It has a bad ring to me. So, viewers, community members, not fans, right? Second of all, I mean, I just don't think I can cope with all the young horny women that'll be throwing themselves at me if I did a fan meetup. So I better not. Okay, that's not even true. No, it's not really something it's not something I have particular interest in because this is our medium for meeting, and then there are the few from sort of mainly the moderator community that I talk more closely to, and ultimately, if we have a connection here, that doesn't mean that we will have a connection going out. And I also, last time I met with the moderators, a lot of them, or at least some, were like, you're very different in person. And I was like, yeah, I am, because here I'm putting on a show. Even though it's me, then I'm the one who has to be filling the void with my voice. But when I'm meeting someone in person, I like to be more listening, more quiet, not dictating the flow of everything, because yeah, I do that here. So I don't want to. And I know that a lot of other content creators, they are so used to hearing their own voice that they forget to listen and just talk and want to be the center of attention. And I don't think I am like that. So yeah. So I'm not really. So that's it's not really something that is particularly on my mind. Also, I don't think that my kind of content leads itself to becoming a fan. It's not like I'm doing some kind of thirst trap here, so it's not really. Yeah, don't meet your heroes. Good. Yeah, so it's like if you see me randomly in a bar somewhere in the world, you're very welcome to say hi. But that's happened once in Seattle of all places. So yeah, so it's just not something that's particularly on my mind. I think I like this forum. I like this part. So yeah. Wasn't there a Nilos Con? Yeah, it's been a few Nilos Cons, but it was actually, honestly, it was mainly for moderators. So it was because I had one where I invited the moderators to Denmark, and then I also had another one where I came to Amsterdam. I've done that twice now. So, yep. Anyway, this one is a, what did they call the other one? Smelter? Oh, it can't be 2-1. I don't know what that is. 2-1. Shouldn't that be 2-1? And this is, yeah, whatever. I know what it is. And what are the ones? It's graphite. It's silicon. It's that one. And it's glass. Is there anything else? No, I think that's it. And steel is the second one. Then that would be steel, diamonds, and silicon for the next. There. Boop. And then I have to find it in my folder. And let's see if it works. That one has to change the name. I'm just gonna use these so many times that I want to get it sorted. There you go. And then I need the last one as well. That will be up here, which I'll just take a copy of this. And then put it here. Do not press accept on the glass. What? You mean in the blueprint? I did not. Or more likely I. Good. Clear changes. Sweet. And no. There we go. And this will now be 1. Number 1. Hey man, what's wrong with Seattle? I live there and haven't seen any crime increase. Well, I went to Seattle for a conference or a training thing, and it is an affluent city, right? I don't think anyone can argue against that. And it is a rich city, and there's lots of big companies in and around that area, and I just couldn't stand being there. And this might be something that you don't see as an American, but for me, I was appalled by how big the homeless problem was in a city like that. Like Main Street, down the side street, homeless people. Main Street, take a parallel street, homeless people. Tents, cardboard. I could not wrap my head around it. It was just the dichotomy of being there in a rich city in the richest country, and then just seeing that everywhere was just homeless problem. And it's probably not even, Seattle is probably not even the worst city, but I couldn't do it. I could not mentally separate the two images and then enjoy my stay there, because it was just like, I've also went to Dubai, and you have to do some really mental loops to sort of mental leaps to sort of remember that what you see is not what it is, because they're hiding all of that. But and therefore it's kind of easier mentally to sort of separate that. Yeah, it's nice and shiny everywhere, but we know that there is something behind all of this that is not so great. And I saw that in Seattle, it was just out there in the open, and people were just walking by on their way to the street and just not even seeing it. And I could not. And I've also been to San Francisco, and I think the San Francisco is the same problem. And I think that it's. And that's something I just I couldn't align that to me, and I didn't want to be behind it, and I didn't really enjoy it. So it's also why I don't have any trips planned to the US, because that's kind of how cities are. So had a good time, but so expensive. Yeah, I think that's main a lot of major cities. Yeah. This one's also ready, so let's copy that and get that in. This one would be smelt up 1 to 1 to 1. That would be steel primarily, but it also works for this one and that one. And that will now be also. And then we take this out because that's not what we're going to be building. There we go. Why does the feed belt not enter the middle? Here? Symmetry. And because then I don't have any place for my my power poles. So that's why I do it this way. This one will then be glass. Oh, that's definitely not it. That one and that one. Do they? They do not align. Maybe they do. I did set it. Glass. What I just deleted? It should be entering into the middle. It's a copy of this one. This is entering into the middle. I don't know. Hello, Patrick. Good to see you. Let's get these sorted over here. And this will be exporting. There. It's that simple. I love that way. I love this way of doing it. And I think that's like... The reason why I love it is that there are these tiers of logistics. So you build some logistics on a planet, and then you build the leg out of the planet, and then you build it on board the planet again. It's brilliant. Love it. And they're coming in. And they're coming in. But they're not going out here, unfortunately. So I do need... They did not remember that. Ooh. Yeah. Feed build raw resources. I really don't understand the question, if there's still... How do you engage in a game like this? I always check out on YouTube and think to play games myself, but I just can't get Super Factory status. Wow. How do you engage in a game like this? I always check you out on YouTube and think to play the games myself, but I just can't get to super factory status like satisfactory. Like, there's so many things about that sentence that don't really make any sense to me. Like, why you mention satisfactory? Super factory like satisfactory? Pfft, this is miles ahead of satisfactory. Satisfactory, you're talking about having 10 per minute. Here we're talking about hundreds per second. It's completely different. Do you mean and building? I mean, there's a couple of parts about it. This is my genre of games, so I play them a lot. So I know, and there are a lot of translatable skills. I have literally worked with logistics all my life, and therefore there's some things that come natural to me. And thirdly, I probably spent a hell of a lot more time on this than you do, and that's probably another reason. Like, how do you build big projects? Same way you eat an elephant, one bite at a time. Don't know where that comes from, but it's somehow really weird. But that's, yeah. I mean, every time there's something like, okay, now I'm missing something for green circuits, then I find out what it is. All right, that's because I'm missing some stone. Okay, well then let me figure out how to get the stone in here, and then next time I build it just a little bit bigger than what I had last time, so that it can service more. And at some point I'll need an Excel sheet to keep up with all of it. Basically, blueprints you create are crazy. I don't know. Yeah, I guess I'm trying to make them as easy to read as possible. Oh, look at that! We got the nighttime mod available again. Right, so this planet should be good, and we now should be seeing this one go away in a couple of minutes' time, I would say. Well, hold on, and I need to build it here. I need to transport it up to these locations. Are they not really? Oh, look at that. There are 10 of them outbound already. So that's already been sent 10 shipments outbound. So now it's en route to my home planet. From the home planet, it'll be redistributed to the quantum chips. The quantum chips will then need to process all the steps to make the plane filters, the titanium glass, the plane filters, the quantum chips, and the quantum chips need to fill up to be picked up and brought over to the green circuit, to the green science, and then it needs to start working. So a couple of more minutes, and then we should see it go. When you notice that this one's gone, just let me know. Right, now we're going to figure out where do we want our launcher planet. This one has 15 and 16. This is definitely going to be a smelter planet. This one has 10 and 11. That's also definitely going to be a smelter planet. This one doesn't have much. Barthak 2 is kind of useless. Yeah, you're kind of useless. Hurricane Stone Forest. That seems good. They have monstrous amount of stuff. So let's go to this one and build some stuff. Go. What math courses? A lot. Like I'm. Oh, look at that! Someone already built this for us. Isn't that nice of them? Aw, man. That's so nice that someone, like, this is like a TV chef, like, oh, we've just prepared the ingredients in advance so we can get going. I'm not going to set up any smelting on this planet yet, because the quantities are not that great here. Right, what math courses have I done? I do have a Master of Science in Engineering, specialized in logistics and transport, which is basically operations research, but applied to something useful and not just for the sake of it. Let's find out where we want to build. Oh, look at that place. That's so nice. That's such a big area. And if Barthak is here, we are going to ask for a color for this planet as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Look at every one of stamped down here. That's 11,000. So it's one planetary sector, 2 planetary sectors here. That's 3, 4, 5. I'll put that here. Two, 3, 4, 5. Just keeps going. We can get all the way to this one. Can we get even further then? Wow. Two, 3, 4, 5. Close enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I don't want to go any further because then it's going to collide with that. Then this is the next location. So this will be our starting build location. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and that goes just over to this location. So what I want to build now is going to be a really ambitious design, and I don't know if it can be, well, I know it can be done, but I don't know if it makes sense to be done like this. But we're going to do it anyway. We're going to try it. That is basically going to be, I want a single blueprint for you, so that if you are sitting there and go like, I need to get to the rockets. It's so complicated. There are so many things I need to do. If only someone had made a blueprint for us to build that. That's what I'm gonna do then. Oh, did we get 1 million soil pal from this? Ah, 4 million, 4.3, yeah. Well, this is why hurricane stone planets are really, really good. You can see everything is raised here. So everything is raised compared to my level here. Okay. I think the first thing we have to acknowledge is that this will not be built with Assembly Machines 2. If I build it with Assembly Machines 2, I'm gonna regret it. The only question is, would I build it with Chemical Plant 1 or Chemical Plant 2? I don't really know, but I kind of think I'd have to do it with this. I think I don't have a choice, like figuratively speaking, right? Yeah, I think if I build it with Mark 1s, then I'm gonna regret it later on. Even though these are really annoying to build. Have no. That's wrong. That's the beauty of a compromise. Then you make sure that everyone is unhappy, but they're equally unhappy. It's a fixed cost, yeah, but it means that it's a big delay in terms of us building something, because I don't have a separate production for this, and I don't have a sufficient production of this. So, yeah, save space with Mark IIs. Index, you're a perfectly good point. Right, so as much as we like this one, we are now going back to build that at our home planet. Hey, look at that. There's no more green warning. So hypothesis was correct. It took a few minutes, and then it has been sorted when we now fixed our glass issue. Shift to accelerate to cost energy. But I can't accelerate. What? Oh, wait. Why are you doing that? Psh. I think I know that. Weird. Yeah, we... Tutorial, confusing real tutorial. Yes, indeed. Oh, up here. That one. Boom. Now, I think that up here in my old, this one has to be updated at some point as well, because this is outdated. This is bound to have something in it that we have already built in the previous location. Hold on, I can do that, can I? Sure. I mean, I can't build it, but I can pretend I can build it. So this one, for example, it's a good case of not like this. You will instead be building... Ta-da! And what are the inputs? Better ones. Okay, so I'm starting to get some normal ones, and then I want some... Is that titanium glass? Yeah, it is. Ugh, I don't have that. Don't have titanium glass. What else don't I have? I don't have strange matter. Okay, excellent. And I don't have quantum chips. That's not quantum chips. Quantum chips. There. So if only I had all of these things, then I would be happy. But I'm not. And then we kind of have a unwritten rule that I want 500 of each. That is a product, and 100 of stuff that is here. And they will be requested locally exclusively. Well, that was not a surprise. Yeah. So no reason to not use MK2 chemicals for such a high level. What? Don't want to carry this around. Right. We're gonna have to make a little titanium glass build. We have to make a strange matter build, and we have to make a quantum chip. Quantum chip build we have, it's just not coming up here. Because this is our quantum chip build that we just initiated again. And it's just not really, obviously not keeping up. We can stamp down another, but where? It would have to be instead of, oh, you know what, that's brilliant. Let's get the hell out. Let's get that stone brick thing out. Hold on, where is it? Here. This one. You go away. Yeah, not that. What? We did not get this. Shit. Ah, hello, Denali. Thank you for all the videos. Hold on, did you just, you pledged on Patreon earlier today, didn't you? Thank you. New Protector of the Path has joined. Thank you very much for that, and welcome. Ah, I do pay attention. Not so much about math. It's really good at organizing and breaking things into simpler things. Good problem solver. Thank you, Fred. Appreciate it. But you're right. I think that's honestly a much better description of it, of the skills needed. It is about problem solving, and that is something that is at the core of. I want to find something that needs steel. Something's got to need steel for something, right? Ugh. At the core of operations research, it is basically you have some really simple math to solve some really complicated problems, and the problem is to figure out a way to solve it, to break a difficult problem into constraints and sub problems that you can easily solve, and then sort of put them together, and then voila, it's now a entirely solved problem. And that's what I really love. I love sort of like finding an abstract problem and then reducing it to something more simple. There, put it in here. And there was a new Doc Grooney, thank you for the 3 months. Break time, yes, break time. I just wanted to, just one more thing, right? Just one more thing. How much we got here? A little bit, not much. And $10,000 in that location. Good. So we got this one out. Sweet. I just wanted to clean that up because this is not the place to build. Oh man, we're gonna have to build a new location for those magnets, because everything is gonna stop if we don't have magnets. Alright, I am going to take a short break and then I'll be back in 2 minutes. See you guys back here in a bit. Alright, short break, back again. Well, and it's still nighttime. Why is it always nighttime when I play this game? It should be, it should not be the case. Yet, it seems to always be. And we are going to build, we're getting a bit more. I love this part. I both love it and hate it. Well, not hate it, but this part about when you come back to your home planet and then look at it and go like, oh no, what is all this mess? Why is there a wind turbine here? Ew. Like, what are they doing here, these wind turbines? And stuff like this. This is not exactly out, unfortunately. But this is out as well. Oh no. Alright, so I think, let's see, where do we have our intersection points? Is that one? Looks very much like it. So this is a meridian there. We'll take that. This one, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, then we'll take this instead. And I will now, oops, I can't do that. I'll have to copy from here. This is the build I need. Maybe it doesn't really matter that much. It's all temporary. Like that. What are we missing? 8 chemical plants. Okay. Got it now? So you were on that pitch black planet for so long in the mid game. I don't know how, but it just... Oops, that was exactly what I didn't want to do. Oh no. How is that not working? Just 800, a modest 800. Whoa, why are they not coming in? That's probably because of green turbines, and green turbines are because of electromagnetic coils, and that's because of the stupid magnet that we just ignored. I think so. That means we have to find a planet and dedicate some resources to it. Let's have a look. I'd like to not use the newest one. What about here? We have, for this location, we have 5 million, 5.6 million. Here we have 34 million. That's Everlist. That's the one. This bit Tekivaro. Yeah, this is the one. And now comes the mystery. Didn't I build something in one of these that I could use for something? I think I probably should have done that, but I'm not sure I did. This is the prairie planet. We didn't build anything on that. We just have some organic crystals we tapped. This one is where the majority of... $14 million. Yeah, this is the majority. This is the sulfuric acid planet. Okay, so we're gonna go here and build some magnets, so we can export them back here. Very simple, basic magnets. Magnet needs a traffic monitor. Everything needs a traffic monitor. And let's see.
Another loyal devotee.
Thank you. A new loyal devotee, a new protector of the path has joined the ranks. Thank you for joining and pledging and supporting this little endeavor we have here. Okay, so all of this is good. All of this is good. They are... Not that one. Maybe I have enough. Here, let's see. That's the one? No? Ah! Where are you? Oh, by the way, maybe I should actually check if this is actually the case. There we go. That one. And criticism. Thank you for the 3 months. How's the Empire coming? Oh, this is great, great, great. But there's always just this little teeny tiny thing missing. Okay. I need to check that our issue is actually because of that. Because there's no point in assuming this is... Oh, it is working. It's just not working very well. Huh. Yeah. So anything that uses magnetic coil is running on fumes. Remote quantum chip supply, yes, definitely, but not right now, because that is a major endeavor and quite a bit beyond where we are right now. And that'll be another 2-hour project. And I think that's the most important thing, is realizing what is something that will stop us from proceeding. Like right now, we need to do the magnetic coils, while building a better quantum chip factory is something that's going to be taking a lot of power, a lot of space, a lot of resources, and yeah, we do need it, but it's not something that we have a bit of production, and then we just double the production. Then we have 2 per second, or 2%, yeah, 2 per second instead of 1 per second, and it's not great, but it's kind of getting there. While this is something that completely blocks everything in my factory, so it's about sort of prioritizing. Didn't we build this? Okay, I got the copper. Okay, I got something, but not all of it. Right, so that's just another build. Ooh, that's correct build. Yes. And if we see Castor in chat, we have to remember to ask for a color. Any color, because right now it's just default concrete colored. I built a whole planet full of sea. Hey, there you go. Just got here. Did I win a color? Well, you did get a hype train during the subathon, and therefore this planet is yours. It is our proud sulfuric acid planet, and that's an important one because, oh my god, sulfuric acid is a pain in the ass. So that doesn't mean you are, but it means that. Oh, what is this? Huh. That's a lot of steel. Huh. Okay, so I guess we have steel production here. Right, cool. But we did not decide to also do magnets. Idiot. Yeah. Stupid me. Sweet, one color. One color indeed. Oh no. Look at that. Someone didn't pay attention. I wonder which one's correct. That one's correct. That means this one is not correct. Who did that? Who would do such a thing? Castor, this is your planet. Your responsibility. I didn't do it. The planet manager. Well, the first thing you need to do is answer why did you misplace the builds on your factory planet. Yeah. Dark teal metallic-ish kind of. You know that color of love and no, I don't. I don't know what. Nope, blueprint or foundation, because they can't be placed by drones, and even if they could, it would be a bad idea to do it. Hey, let's use our new blueprint. Yay! Because right now, every one of these tiles is 100, and having the drone fly out, it would just take way more time than just whoosh, 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 whoosh. I can put down 20,000 in 10 seconds, and that would take 10 minutes of just waiting for the drones to do it. So there's a good reason why it doesn't work like that. Let's have a look. I don't think that is that RGBA thing there, and then either 00 at the end. If only I have none of. Oh, there we go. Like this Is that kind of the green? It's like a pine forest green. Dark teal metallic. It looks nice. It's a bit dark, but we can also alternatively make it that makes it ever so slightly lighter, I think. That makes it more grayish. Oh, that's because you can see the concrete here. Let's see, that one, that one, that one. I think the other one looks better, but of course, if you have an opinion, that is valid. As long as you answer why you misplaced the builds on your factory planet. The administratum is not happy. That one and that one. Hey, it works. They are actually filtered correctly. Sweet.
Our illustrious champion returns.
Kunyin, thank you for the 12 months. And that is a full year. How goes the effectiveness today? Oh, I think we're being pretty effective today. It's a really nice color. Well picked. Also because it's not a color that we've seen. I remember that we've seen before. There we go. And with this being done, then I can just go up here and then do I add more? Sure, one more. There you go. And that should take care of everything we could wish for. British Racing Green. British Racing Green. Okay. Huh. Is this game complicated at Factorio? Yes, it is. Its complexity is more... in terms of Factorio complexity, a lot of Factorio complexity is on sort of the hidden systems of how does an inserter pick from a belt and how does a splitter actually work. But here the complexity is sort of, you have to deal with it. You can play Factorio and not really know how a splitter works, except it just splits things, and how an inserter works, except it picks up stuff. Right, so aside from that, well, here you kind of have to figure something out in order to sort of get the interstellar logistics flowing. But on the other hand, once you sort of get to the point of having this, then at least the way I built it pretty simple logistics setup, which only at the very late game starts breaking apart. Like, we can go to any planet and then make something here, and then I don't have to sort of deal with trains and belts and all that stuff, which means that in Factorio you have a lot more sort of constraints in terms of how you fit in the right amount for the right amount of space, sort of having some planning ahead of that. Here there's always enough space in the galaxy, so you can just take another planet and start making stuff from that. Yeah. Alright, so that should get us all of what we need here. This game allows you to create crazy spaghetti. Yeah, like this. I mean, it is very much spaghetti-like, like uncooked spaghetti, just nicely straight lines next to each other. So yeah, I can see that, the spaghetti analogy here. And let's see, so we've now fixed that part. Now we need to go back to our home planet and make some titanium glass and some strange matter and some... We did make the quantum, yeah, okay. Titanium glass and strange matter. We need to make like small builds for those. We're flying a lot back and forth today. It's just fun stuff from behind, yeah. And we're here. We have arrived. This is going. This is going. This is going. Okay, everything is arriving at our new build. Now we need to make 2 small builds, and I want to make them sort of close to the edge because they are small builds, and that's a good way of signifying that they are small builds. Here, for example. One, two. There? Yeah, it's 2.5 of the big tiles. Yeah. And then it goes over to that one. I think I want to try to build a small thing here. Follow the horde of magnet ships. Yeah, the horde of magnet ships. Yep, there's 10,000 inbound, so that should be nice. It's actually 10 of them flying out from here. Is that it? Oh, look at that. Go, go, go. And then we should see... Yeah, there we go. A flood of spawns coming out. Let's see where they're going. I'm just for the hell of it. This is how I tie my logistics together, and I really love this way. So nice. It's flying right over us. And it's coming into our neighbor right over here. Whee! Whoosh, 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 whoosh. And need more. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. Come on. Keep it. Go faster. It's not keeping up. Okay, so if this is titanium glass we need to make. That is normal glass, it's titanium, and it's some water to mix it up. Sweet. And we just need 2,000 of this, 2,000 of this. That should be fine. And the build is going to be really simple. Oh, whoa, whoa. Ah, this one. That's a problem. That's a problem. Oh. There are so many things we need to just have a little build of. Just a little bit, little teeny tiny build. This is 8, 9, 10. We can do 10. And that will be 2 inbounds. Or 2 outbounds, yeah? That'll be the glass. And the titanium. And then on the outside here, we'll have the water. And the return. This is not an advanced build. Do we want proliferators? Well, if we do, it's kind of going to be difficult. Then I can't do 9. It's not really important. Nope. Ah, crap. Input, input, and input. Go up to 24, and that's it. Should be it. I'm so happy they added that multiply feature. Yeah, it's brilliant. Set Factory could have something like that as well without me complaining. Here, let's make the next of the small things that we need. That will be this fiber. Do I have plastic? I don't think I have plastic. Shit. That's horrible. It's horrifying. Let me look at the purple science because it's an integral part of purple science. Whoa! Where is purple science? Purple science is probably here. Yes. So what's the carbon nanotubes? So the oil refining, the plastic, they get the carbon nanotubes, then they goes in here, and then it's not really something that's easy to replicate without sort of doing the whole thing. One thing we could consider would be leaching. I don't like that because we have this here, and that could just go into somewhere else that we need it, right? I feel judged by doing this. Please judge me. Berate me. I hate that. I hate it so much. But the point is that I also really need this one to get going, and it's just never gonna get going if I don't start getting some of that. Problem is that quantum chips are just also another little issue here. We're just not making quantum chips in a ratio that, or in a scale that makes any sense at all. And why is this not working? Oh my god, come on, stop it. Oh, I did see some of these builds. Why are they not? Oh, not that wasn't here. I think we just had a couple of those. These ones. Why are you not working? You are working. All right. Okay, so you're working, but not well. Huh. Wonder where it's going. Let's wait for something to come in and pick up. There. Follow that drone. This one, obviously. It's the closest, so that's the one that gets all of it. This planet is just not working very well. That's the problem with these starter planets, is that they want to, as we start industrializing things, you can see here, this is just not cutting it, right? And what's going to happen as well is that as soon as this one goes to 100, some random planet is going to go like, yep, we need 200 of those. And that's just not happening. So this is a problem. Oh, it's primarily a problem because I disabled it. But what about up here by the one we built? What? Yeah, this one. All right, so if we look at this, the only thing we're missing is a little strange matter build. So let's make a little strange matter build. What do we actually need plastic for? Because it's not used for much. It's not used for this one anymore because that's being mined. And then it comes into here. It's actually not that bad. We could make a plastic build to get into this one. We have the green D8 and plastic, and carbon nanotube is also something we're requesting. So yeah, it could be done if we wanted to. First of all, we need to get one more thing, and that is a build that I'm probably going to be building here. Let's make it here. No. That I was too scared to start the game against 1 year. That I don't understand that. I just don't understand it. And it's probably the least the comments that I like the least on my YouTube channel. Like, oh, you built so nice. I couldn't compete, so I just don't want to play it anymore. And I know that's not what you're saying, but it's kind of what I've heard other people say, and I go like, no. It's the exact opposite. You're not supposed to look at this and go like, no, if I can't build like this, then I don't want to build anything. But more the other way around. Like, 40 hours in, still bad. Doesn't matter. Who cares? It's not a competition. Watch a speedrunner, and then it'll also be... I'm also building slow. And I don't mind, because I enjoy it. This water is probably the water I shouldn't be paving over. As you can see here, I'm doing now. Because that's one of the last remaining good water spots that's now gone. And so strange matter. There it is. Strange matter comes from the pink containers, and what else? And deuterium, that's easy. And it comes from iron. Okay. Weird. Hey, Leferon Blank. Thank you for the prime and welcome. Blank. So it's a video. The traffic monitor for an empty belt was not obvious to me. Thank you. Awesome. Cool. Yeah, it's I've looked at this monitor and I go like, what the hell? But when you understand what it's doing, then you can do the monitor that makes sense. And you don't have to do any shenanigans because it has this error and no cargo. Okay. I'm going to need a few of these, I think. Isn't this what I need? Yeah. That's a lot of power drain for this. And let's see. I must have some more of these somewhere. Still a bit too many, but that's fine. And this is on an 8-second cycle? Yeah. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, don't mind if I do. And then it's gonna have 2 inputs. Let's see, how much does it consume? It consumes 10 per 8 seconds, so it's only a little bit more than 1 per second, so it's not really a concern. So we get this one in. Oh no, this might be one of those where... Yeah, power on these is just absolutely atrocious. I really wish they would fix the... Oh, hold on a minute. This one absolutely needs proliferators. It's about the most precious thing you can... or most annoying thing at least. And that's misplaced by 1. They are so difficult to make, to place. There. And even when you place it like this and there's room for a... Okay. There. And that will be the cheapest one on the outside. Yeah. And the return belts. How? And the return belt. I found DSP is easy to pick up again after a long break compared to Victoria, but that might be just me. I do think that a lot of things in this game are pretty, like, they might be hard to sort of grasp initially, like the abstraction of when to use drones and how to manage it. But once you sort of get it, then yeah, that's how it is. And there. May need to actually... Oh, I do need to build one out here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Or... yeah, that's not happening. So it has to be out here. Oh, these are the worst buildings. And in and out. In, in. Out. And this is also one of those blueprints that it is not going to work when you copy paste it to somewhere else on the planet, because it is so dependent on this location. Also weird that this doesn't work, but this works. It has a really obscure hitbox. Ta-da! Yes, yes, yes. Well, that was mildly disappointing. I have one that makes deuterium fuel. Where's that getting it from? Is that getting it directly out from... that one? It is. That's cheating. Well, maybe I just take that one then. I do this. Huh? Now that's not gonna come bite me when it's not working. So we're getting 100 of these inbound. That was one. Alright, so let's have a look at this one. We should now be getting the first of these outbound here soon. And the other part we needed for our design. Is it working? Well, yes and no. As long as that one is not keeping up. And the reason why my pink containers are not keeping up, they are right here. Well, first part of it is, let's get the blue ones. All of these green stuff. All the green paint out. Right. And okay, this is having issues with these. Maybe that's like the simplest of things to fix by just doubling this part. This is a production capacity, not an input capacity constraint, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Perfect. Should be easy. Wait, have you not started the actual sphere? No. We are just doing the little thing that we need in front, because just in a second we'll just be ready for, and I just need just one little bit teeny tiny thing, and then we'll be ready. The thing is, the whole thing started by us realizing that we shouldn't be using the Mark II assemblers and the Mark I chemical plants, but actually the Mark II and Mark III and Mark II respectively. And that led us down tumbling down a rabbit hole to try to get all the things we needed. Yeah, let's get this one in. Something is coming in. That's weird. Where's that coming from? Like, why is there a plus here? Who's bringing this in? That makes no sense. Oh, right, because this is the one that was emptying. Ah, right. Okay, now I get it. It was... Yeah, there's definitely a problem with that one. Yep. Damn. It was the fact that it was coming out for like 16. I just didn't get why it was coming out for so little. Yeah, 10% min loader drones. Exactly. Right, so we're getting some things here. And that will get us a tiny bit of this. And now if we go up to our central hub, that's still just a temporary build. Because everything is... There, this one will now be changing its setup to make here. And this is the reason why I don't have any pink containers. They want to come in here and then also nothing here, also very little here. Yep, that's where all our pink containers are going. Alright, we have 4 things to be importing or exporting. One! Woohoo! Yes! Yes! We got it! Everything here, from here on, it's all downhill. Or up here. I don't know. It's all good. Let me even request it just so that we are... I want 120 seems like a good number. I also want that one. 200. Because that's naive to think that I can do that. And then I need to figure out why are we not having any of these. Here. Yeah? You're working, you're just not working very well. Yeah, I remember seeing this before. This one wasn't necessary to upgrade. So you get downgraded again. But this one has to work. Make 2 of these here, so it's a bit closer. I could also make 2 next to each other and then whatever. Huh. Why are the drones not bringing them to me? They should be. Oh well. This one actually should be 200 because when I'm requesting it from other locations, I'm going to requesting in batches of 200, never batches of 100. Right. I think you're out of range. There's no such thing as being out of range of this. Hey, I wanted to jump back in just to say that the new remote polar hub set ribbons are awesome. Thank you. Hey, thank you, Hockeytown. Appreciate it. And sorry for missing that. That was just one more thing I needed to fix. Just one more thing, right? All right, we have a bit of this. How much do we have? Yeah, we have 290. Okay. And what about here? 0 of 200, 120. Well, that's not satisfactory. I thought that last time we saw that distribution logistics bots pick them up faster than they would come out. So instead of that going out here, it should be... These do not respond. They're not fast enough. Huh. So maybe that's like depending on... Oh, hold on. I'll just try something. Oops. What if this one is of a later one so that it goes by chronology? No. It's not like the oldest entity gets checked first. Nope. We have 20 of these. Yeah. Well... I think 24 is the absolute minimum I can concede that I can use as a test purpose, right? We do need less of this than previously, so there. That's 23. I'll take 24 and then I'll be running away. Here I have 136, and we got that one. Good. So I have 26. We will now... This is now working. It's good. Don't care. Get the hell out of there. Let's start doing some design work. Everlists. And that was at path. There. Off you go. Still not charging unipolar magnets. Right. One yellow cube missing on the belt. Hello, Nis. Good evening. Merlin, that's actually not true. It does go all the way to the end. I did want to, for that, I had a goal at the beginning, and then I spent like hours on a stupid Excel sheet just to, oh right, this is the plant, this is a system with 2 Barthics. Yeah. Woohoo! This is where we left off. Boom. And I did achieve my goal, and then I rage quit as soon as I achieved that goal, because that was just a goal I'd set. And you know. Oops. Okay, that's good. Good that we did that, so we didn't build it the incorrect place. Okay. I'm just gonna mark this here. Alright, what do we want to do? We're gonna build a little teeny tiny bit of it. We're just gonna have a look at it. So what we want to build, the whole objective of everything we did is we want to make small carrier rockets. Ta-da! Hey Nikon, thank you for the 500 bits. Yeah, let me also say thank you for all the Satisfaction and DSP content. I'm now 420 hours into Satisfaction, almost completed phase 4. Nice. Yeah, I decided to give it a bit of a break for me, and thank you. Because for a casual construction game, Dyson Sphere program is just better. It's that simple. So if we build 4, then this is going to be 1 per second. So let's look at this from 1 per second. That means I need 4 of the... Oh, that's horrible. I can't... Then I have to divide everything by 1.5. I can't do that. So this is 2 per 12. So if I have 3, 6. If I have 12, then every minute this produces 2. Let's assume they're all working at speed 1. We'll always just later on multiply the whole thing with 1.5. Right, so that fits. Just trying to look at ratios here. And the deuterium is getting... The question is now, do we consider this base material? Do we consider this base material? I don't think so. I do think I have to consider it as a base material, but then I'm also kind of inclined to say, isn't the deuterium also a base material? It kind of is, isn't it? The idea is that I'd like to have a blueprint that you go, I need this, stamp it down, blah. And then you have, I don't know, 1 rocket per second or something like that. And I go, that's nice, I now have 1 rocket per second, yay. And then you go, I want more than 1 rocket per second, and you build another one, and another one, another one, and then until you have the whole thing built up. That's pretty cool, I think. I don't know, but the question becomes, is a supermagnetic ring a base material? And if supermagnetic ring is not, then is a green turbine? It kind of is, isn't it? But then is a magnetic coil? At this stage, I probably don't, but this is also the kind of stuff that I could assume that I have, right? That's the part. But let's leave this as it is. The quantum chips is also definitely the same category. Is that something we can assume that we have? Yes, no, or not? And the last part is then the Dyson Sphere. That is definitely not something that's we can expect to have for other things, because it only has one purpose, and that is going in here. So small carry rocket, I think we have to go for this part. And that is from here, this is built out of, that is a base material, processor base material, or let's say intermediate, right? There's base materials that's like, this is the base material, these things here. There, right? And that one, that's base materials. Then there are sort of intermediates that I also think we should at some point expect that we can just request. Not at present, but here, because that's something that has use for many different things and we just need it. So yeah, break time. Yes, it is break time. Intermediates. So, but something I wouldn't count as intermediate is the frame material, because that's a really annoying thing. And if you look at this, then yes, yes, and no. And if I want to build, I will just need to build how many I need. So I need 2 of these per second. And this one takes 8 seconds to build 1. Then that's going to be enough for us to build 2 per second. And then for this, it's going to request 3 of the frame materials. Let's have a look at frame materials. This will now be requesting, I'm still assuming that they're crafting speed 1, just before you correct me. This is 2 ninja stars per second, and that means 6 frame materials per second. So I need 6 frame materials per second. And that is on a 6-second cycle, so that's 6, and then I think I will be assuming that this is coming in from somewhere else. There. So this is basically the build size. And good night, Motrid. Part of the choice is which resource products do you want to leave out of the combined build, which means how many things will you have to find planets to dedicate mass production of basic inputs. Like, do you want a dedicated magnet planet, a mag coil planet, a supermagnetic ring planet? Well, I don't want a planet. I haven't said anything about I only want 1 item per planet. But you're right that I will need to sort of, in order for me to assume that I always have enough quantum chips, like what are the things? Quantum chips, deuterium, solar cells, processors, and carbon nanotubes, titanium alloy, and silicon. So 8 things maybe I need to request inbound. Then of course I need to have locations that produce them in vast quantities that I can just build this and say request. And that's the kind of thing where I'm like, yeah, where are the chemical plants? I don't know. Probably didn't need. I was just thinking like fuel is liquid, so we must need chemical plants. Damn. That's a good question though. They apparently no chemical plants. Good thing we didn't waste a lot of time on that. I'm gonna take a break. Okay, be back in 2 minutes. See you in a bit. Right, we are back again. So nice to see so many people are enjoying the Dyson Sphere program content. Welcome. I have a little problem with this. Did you miss us? Yes, I did. Like, I don't know how to make this. I don't know. I don't know how to even say this, but yeah, whatever. Let's figure out how to split this. We need 3 inputs here. We need, okay, so 3 inputs, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 inputs, and 1 output. Okay. And that means we also probably need warpers in, and there needs to be a big one here. Problem is I can't see a damn thing. Why is it not nighttime? I need nighttime so I can actually see something. Yeah. Maybe that's correct. Sounds like 2 PLS. Well, that is correct. I do need warpers in because I can't really expect that I have deuterium and quantum chips on the same planet. So we're going to be requesting from anywhere that we want this. Yeah. So now we'll probably oh, hold on, this gets worse, because what about proliferators? This is producing 6 per second, and All right, so just gonna put it out there. We have not had a. Or here's the thing: when I want to expand, when I did the subathon, I wasn't sure if I'm gonna be continuing this, and I was like, okay, of course, because we had a bit of time from the subathon, we continued on playing it, and of course it's fun, and then we decided that I wanted to sort of honor the level 5 hype train winners with the planet of their own, and we had a few in our backlog, and we don't have any more in our backlog, and that means I can't expand to other planets beyond what we have here, unless we get a level 5 hype train. Why does that seem like extortion? No, it seems like more along the lines of it also has to sort of make sense in terms of sort of there has to be an engagement beyond sort of passive viewer for me to sort of feel that it makes sense to continue a series. And we've had one since it's in October, so that's just something I also have to keep in mind, and I really want to sort of see that it makes sense and all that stuff, and I don't know. Thank you, Swimmer. I don't know. It has to come. The problem is it has to come. I wish I knew what an empty backlog feels like. Well, yeah. But it's not really. So here's the thing, right? Thank you, Silver Season, and thank you, the anonymous gifter. That's not really the point, because what's happening now is that you will just go, yeah, okay, let's chip in, let's get a hype train, and we get to a level 1 hype train as usual, and we don't get anywhere. And I just have to also look at what can I do to make my content more engaging, and it seems like still there is this Factorio Bombs and Biters is still like the gold standard for that. Symmetric grid lines, yeah. Well, we've had some variants of that. Right, what am I going to do here? What are we going to do about the proliferators? Because that's going to mess up everything. If I take out... If I say I make... This is 36. And 36 divided by 5 multiplied by 4 is not a really good number. That's 7. The 4, 28. So if I got 28 of these. Right, so let me just do some calculations. 28 of these, and they are producing 1 every 6 seconds. And then I have proliferation. That means they produce 1.25. That is not exactly 6 per second. That's 5.8. And if I wanted them to produce 6, then I'd have to multiply by 6 seconds divided by 1.25. That would be 28.8. So it's probably going to be like 30. Alright, so with 30 of these, we will have, again, I'm assuming crafting speed 1 because that's easier, and then we multiply it at the end. Then I will have 6 of these outbound. That means this one comes in at the ratio, and this will now be making 2 per second. That's going to be then 2.5 per second, and then I need to consume 2.5 per second here, and that's kind of irrelevant for the other ones, right? Huh, 2 point. It's pretty absurd numbers, right? I think I need to scale it down instead of scaling it up. I think this should be my goal. This is 1 per second. Yeah. This is truly 1 per second. Now yeah, okay. So if I'm consuming 1 per second, thank you, Index Out of Range, for the 200 bits. Then I need to produce 2 per second. Okay. And 2 per second. This is producing, this is taking 8 seconds, and I need 2. That means I would need 16 of those. I need 16 of those if they were speed 1, but they're speed 1.5, so I'd need 10.66, and they're proliferated, so I'd need a total of 8.5. And if I now have 8.53 machines running, they are each producing, divided by 8 seconds, I know it's complicated, and multiplied by 1.5, that means they're producing basically 1.6 per second, which is 1.6, and then do the proliferation, that becomes 2. That's correct. That's just a verification. So I need 1.6 times 3. So 4.8 should be the output of this. I need to output 4.8 frame materials. Okay. I'm divided by 6 because they take... No, I'm multiplying by 6 because they take 6. 6. That means I need 28.8 machines if they were speed 1 and if they were not proliferated. But they're speed 1.5, so I divide by 1.5. Now I need 19.2 machines, and then I take into account proliferation, divide by 1.25, and then I get 15.36. So that's 16 machines. And that can't be right, because I can't go from that. There must be a factor 2 wrong here. Okay. 9. Let me just try it. What do I see? I have 16 machines. I know you can't see this. 16 machines. Divided by 6 seconds for each craft. That means they produce 2.67 times the crafting speed 1.5. That means they produce 4 times the proliferation. That's 1.25. That means they produce 5 per second. 5 of these per second here. That's not what I wanted. Oh yeah, it was. This produces 5, and I needed 4.8 inbound here. Yes. And if I now say I get 4.8 of these inbound here, I get 4.8 inbound, and I divide by 3 because it needs 3 for each here. That means I'm producing 1.6, and then I multiply by the proliferation again, 1.25, and I get up to having 2 here. 2 inbound. And then I do proliferate it again and divide it by 2 because that's where it goes, and then multiply by 1.25. And then we gain this whole thing is going to produce 1.25 rockets per second. What an awful number. But yeah, it's maybe not the worst. Okay, so that's, yeah, that's attempt also timed out. So that's usual. This is too small. Is it? It's just such a small build now. The issue with it is that it still consumes 1.6 quantum chips per second, and that's an absurd number. Dyson Sphere is back. It's been back for the better part of a month now. Yeah, I mean, if I can build this as a nice build, then maybe that's okay. Yeah, exactly. It will become one module. The problem with this one module is that when I do it like this, I'm pretty sure that I have to build it smaller. Right, then we'd have to do something like this, and then maybe even 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Even then, this is pretty much overdone. I could multiply the whole thing by 1.5. That would probably be okay-ish. Because this is just so small, right? It'd be like this. And this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.5. I know the number exactly. It was 8.5333 repeating times 1.5. That's going to be 13. Yay, 13. See? That's correct what I did before. Yay, 13. And then this will be 6. Is that a better build? If you need 2 PLS ILS for input, you should feed more assemblers. You know the, I don't know the assembler to ILS ratio, but I'm basically more saying that I want to take a third of 2 planetary sectors. So if I want to do that, then it shouldn't be like 3 machines here and 4 machines here, but it should be something that I'm pretty sure that this part is going here and then feeding that way. Ah, shit, this is not good enough. Yeah. One of these have to be a big one. Because I don't know where it's gonna go out. And stuff like deuterium and quantum chips are definitely not gonna be made on the same planet. So this will be... Also, the rockets are probably not going to be built here. So, rockets, quantum chips, deuterium, there, and warpers, and there. That's too many already. It has 7 inputs and 1 output. And I just wrecked this. Because now, what am I going to have here? I'm going to have too many things. Those 3 things, and then these 2. This is also definitely something off planet. Maybe fidget spinner them in? Yeah, maybe. I just alternate back and forth on this. Because if I'm taking proliferators with the fidget spinners, then I should also do warpers, right? And then this will be that one, and the quantities I need here are so small that I can actually just go like maybe 500, maybe even less. And then I request it from a collective one that gets it into the whole planet. And then this will be sort of where we export it out. And the last one that's definitely also a remote thing would be probably that. And then processors. Yeah. You could, what mechanic from Factorio would you want in DSP? Don't know. Trains. I don't think I'm really feeling like I'm... There's probably something I'm missing, but don't know. Okay, so this will be 24 of these big ones here. And 24 could It's probably going to be 3 times or 4 times 6. Like this. And one of them is high quantity and the other one is low quantity. Either way. I think I want this to be return. And then I can do... No, I can't. Oh, it's basically, by the way, it's new music here. 1, 2. Nice. 6, 6, 6. And my idea is that the output will somehow be collected. I want the output to be something like this. There. But that also means this one has to go in. Unless it goes over here. This works with 3, but it doesn't work with 4. Maybe I just do something more conventional. Yeah. And now so that works, and then you go out here. And then this one can then go. Processor and squares. Fast travel to known places? Yeah, that would just, I don't know. Don't really feel that's something I'd particularly want. I like the idea of just flying through hyperspace. That's a pretty cool feature. 1, 2, oops, 3, 4. Ah! How did we lack of item for that one? That makes no sense. Shit. Why is that not working? Oh, because I'm actually requesting it to every single planet. Ah. Am I not? Yeah, I am. That's why. So all I need to do is just go here. And go just 150. And then they're coming in. There we go. Easy way to mark what's on a planet from, yeah, from a view. Yeah, I'd like that as well. Like going out and building Excel sheets, it's kind of, not ideal. Do we think this works? And we'll be marking this with... Yeah. And then this is titanium. And this is, yeah. And I don't know how, when, what, why it's gonna come in, but it's gonna come in somewhere from here. Right, so far so good. Now we need to have 13 of these. That's 13 is kind of difficult to find a good pattern for, so might be doing 14 2x7. No. Yeah, I mean you can look here also on the production graph, but it's just not very easy, because if it stops producing because there's no demand, then it just says nothing, and then that's not really good representation of what it's actually producing. Is you want to proliferate on answer? Yeah, indeed. Thank you. Does that work? No, it doesn't. Huh. So it's probably coming out from out here. And that's not gonna happen. It's probably from the other side then. Okay. The easiest thing would be these 6 here. I also want as little belt storage for these things because they are precious. And then these just go back out. And then this is the next thing that goes in. Oh, hold on. That might not actually be so bad. Because what if... One, two, three, four, five. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7. And that would also mean that this thing would need to be split. Oops. Interesting. Right? That's quite interesting, I think. Because that's basically just the 2 outbounds here. These probably need to go one further out. Because I'm going to need to get one more out from here. And that's going to be that one. Which will be here. Seven. That would fit really well with these going out here. And they are now being put into this line and then picked up from here. And then I will have... Oh, that's the return line. Oh, this is not working. Because they do need to be proliferated. And if I put them out like this, then they can't be proliferated quickly enough. So we'll get it one closer maybe. Hmm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Damn, it's a good idea. But I need to put a, yeah, U-turn. What if, you're right. What if this one came out here? And this is now here. This can be proliferated right there. And then the only difficult one is... I don't think that actually makes any difference. It just makes it easier to proliferate this one somehow. I don't know. We'll find a way to get this one in. And then this will be the solar sails going. Nope. The idea here is it's good enough, but it's close. If this is the home, then that could be like this. And then you could go out this way and return. It's weird to have the same thing, but it kind of has to... I mean, this can't be the right way. If I put the solar sails far out, then I'm gonna miss a bit of space to do this here. And I can only have 2 on either side. I mean, this will work, but that thing is disgusting, so I can't really... And I mean, there must be a way for me to use this space in here. Can't you use a splitter to meet in the middle? A small one with the line in 2 layers at the same time. To meet in the middle. Don't know what I want to meet in the middle. Okay, you mean like this, and then do the same thing from the side that also comes in here, and then go down the middle. But then I have to move one of these to the outside. Not the end of the world, I can do that. Or I... yeah. See, I don't like it because that means more belt storage. It's a belt storage priority is a very low priority, but it's still a thing. Here's another little deal that we didn't even think of. I was just dead set on placing it here, but no one says it has to be placed there. I hope I got it in my... So this is where it was placed no, this was what? What? Yeah, I think it was here, right? But I could also place it here without problems. And that would suddenly get way more room for this to get some space in here. Five, 6, 7. Hold on. Why are these not just one line? That would make so much more sense. Huh. Now I'm going to try this down the middle thing. Because here I could then do... I think this also sort of when someone goes like, oh, you have some really cool blueprints. Yeah, but look at how much time I spent on making them. They do take a little bit of time to get just right. There. And then this one should be the output, yes. And then I need the 2 outbounds here. No? Like this. Like this. And then the outbound goes straight in. That's what I wanted. So I think we're getting somewhere. We still have this weird thing here. And now this one can move back again. Damn. Because we ended up doing this anyway. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep. We might have ended up exactly where we started. Oops. Can I undo? Oh, you know what? The Factorio feature that I missed the most? Undo. I really need an undo button. Because I make a ton of mistakes. And what if we now say... I move this over so that they are... kissing. Oh, I forgot to check. No, this is actually... hold on, this is not good. Nope, 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 nope. Yeah, it's pretty difficult to see what the hell's going on here. That one. That's the correct location. I still have not... Oh no, there's no room for it. I do have to make some kinks here. Yeah. Okay. I have tried this so many times to get this one. So now I'm just going to make this in the middle. There. And then to hell with the rest of them. To hell with them. That one. The difficult part is figuring out how do I put up the proliferators for this. This is the homeward bound there. Because if one of them comes like this, and the other one is... Oops, that was just the wrong way. Is that enough room to build proliferation here? Yes. So we need proliferation here, and then we needed, if we take this out and this one out, just sort of for... There, right? So we have one line there, and one line there that needs proliferation. It's kind of okay, I guess. And then I need... Oh! We also need solar panels need to be proliferated, so that's a few more lines here. And then the outbound from here, going in. And I think these behave better than just side merging. Side merging, I don't think that's ensuring any evenness. Alright, so do we have it? I think we have it. That's something. Where are we gonna get the proliferation? Here's one line for proliferation that just seems suspiciously empty, I would say. Oh, that's so unfair. Ah, that would have been so good. That would have been so good. Why don't you bring... I hate sentences that start. Why don't you? I know you mean, why don't you bring the green power? Oh, right, deuterium and blue chips out on the front of the tower. Because if I bring it here, then it can only go over here, and then before it has to bend, and then there's no room for that one. I can push this, of course, further down if I want to. But yeah, that's why. I kind of feel... Okay, hold on. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I don't need 2 outputs of solar. I could sneak behind this one. Because that one's going all the way out there for no other reason than the proliferator. The proliferator. So what if the proliferator was a little bit closer? Like this one? I know they don't have to turn the same way, but they have to turn the same way. Otherwise I'm gonna lose my mind. Oops, damn it. Yeah. Yeah, see? Solar panels now only need to have 1 output. That's gotta be something, right? That's gotta be worth something. I don't know what it's worth, but it's gotta be worth something. Place the box in the empty square in the middle. Yeah, that's also... that's not the... I am getting it by proliferator, for sure. That's not the issue here. The issue is... How do I make a line that crosses through these three, and these ones, or 5, and just make it logical, right? So I'd like to have it sort of go in the middle and then spread out because that would look good, but can't really. Then I was thinking I could get it out in this square, which is kind of empty as well, and then sort of go in here and drag it down there at level 1, but then it has to go split here. That's not really easy to do. Otherwise it has to go on the outside, but I think if it goes out on the outside, then I can't build as many of these. I already think that this might be getting in trouble with building. No, it is working. Okay. Okay, maybe build it more spacious till it works, and then compact design. That is definitely not a good idea. Because if I build the whole thing and it works, and then after that I have to build the whole thing again, just take 2 tiles out, take 2 tiles out while it works, and there are items on the floor everywhere. No, you build it, you design the whole thing, and then test that it works. There is also another option, and that is... this could be proliferated here instead of there, and then that could be an option for the proliferation of that, which means I don't have to take the outer ones. Rockets into the tower is on the closest tile, so you can fit green power and blue circuits on tile 1 and 2 before the spray, as that's how it looks. Rockets into the tower is on the closest tile. There. So you can fit green power and blue circuit. Oh, green power, that's not... on tile 1 and 2 before the spray. I don't know what you mean. Is it because you really want me to take them out from the center instead of one from the side and one from the center? I don't care. I don't see why there's a problem with that. Is it just because you don't like this build, this look? I've decided that these have to be placed on the middle row because then it's symmetrical, at least that way. Okay, so the simplest is probably just making one big snake of it. It's kind of gonna look silly, but might work. That will be solar, and this will be ninja stars. Yep. The only thing is it gets one wider because it has to go out on this side here, and I don't really like that. Or more likely, I really don't like that. You can fit in a splitter. I think if proliferation uses the line, the deuterium is at that one. But then where's that going to be? The one thing I was just thinking is that I believe this one is in line. Yes. But that doesn't split it. Ah. That's annoying, right? Ah.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Hey, Apple G72, thank you for the 13 months. I'd really like to have a splitter here, but I don't really see how I could do that. In a really absurd way, I guess, I could do it. No, I can't do that. Like, I could do this one out here, and then could use this line for the proliferator, but no. I'm gonna get the proliferator in with a box like this, so somehow a box here. But that's not particularly, that's not the difficult part. The difficult part is, am I then gonna go up here and then go through this location all the way up to that one, and then through here, and then over here, and through the other way around again. That's the simplest solution, but it has two problems. It now turns the whole thing 2 tiles wider than it was before. That's not great. Alternatively, I'd make it even wider out here. And then make the system that I've built so many times that I really like. Like, my favorite build for these kind of things is this one here. Unfortunately, it doesn't fit here. It has to be out here, which makes it like, this is the most aesthetic way of doing it, I think. But again, it's like this. It has just now become a bit too wide for what I like. Hey, Triplex! Thank you so much. That is beautiful. Oops, that's the wrong one. I really appreciate that support. Thank you. And Silver Cecil, thank you also for always being there, and you are defending your 3rd position very well this month. Is it time for a little level 1 hype train today? No? That one and that one. I don't like how they just look so bent here. Like, it shouldn't be bent. This really shouldn't be. No, it did. Okay, never mind.
A kind.
And remember, I'm not going to be here the next couple of days, so next time we'll see each other is on Saturday, after today's stream is over.
Tales of our endeavors.
Hey, Peter Cha,
proliferate.
good evening. And thank you for the 200 bits. And Swimmer with the 5 gift subs. Been holding those in. Thank you. And Ortho, thank you for 300 bits. And we're at 98%, so let's leave it there. Mr. Nafka, thank you for the 27 months. Alright, I have to check if this can be replicated, because I'm not sure that it can. Just need to look at this part. Oh, it can. Barely working. Oof. Okay, so it can be. All right, then it's just taking exactly the allocated allowed amount of time. All right, so from here, it's now time for us to, well, take a break. Can I take a break and then we'll be back with the next, with a 2-minute warning here for the hype train. I have a feeling that these trains don't really do anything until there's like 2 minutes left or 30 seconds left. So I think we'll just take a little break right now and then come back in 2 minutes. Oh, I forgot to save. Didn't I forget to save last time? Whatever, we'll save now. And be back in 2 minutes. All right, we're back, and that assertion was very correct. It's not exactly like we had a lot of activity while I was on my break, but you're welcome to pick it up again if you like or not. Let's see. I'll start filling in all the stuff now that the design is somewhat ready, I think. Good night, Michael. Alright, so we just get that 1 minute warning, or... Yeah, okay, so 1 minute warning on the hype train. So level 1. That's not good. Good evening, Testificator. 30 seconds. Nope. And let me see this one. Inbound, inbound. Inbound. Outbound? Outbound. Inbound, inbound, and inbound, outbound. And the last one. In and out. And then we just need to figure out some power poles. That's interesting. I have to remember this is also as close to the poles as possible, so the squares are as small as they can be. So I'm going to move these one closer so that even when I build it just below us, then we should be able to build it as well. There. That one. This is now done, and pretty sure this, and this is good enough. And then I'll build the same ones on the other side. And I think we need to do that. We'll keep it connected. Looking good? I think so. Are any of the infinites really worth it besides the utilization? Oh, definitely. Both the speed and the capacity. Well, capacity is not infinite, but speed is definitely worth it. Do I want to create 5,000 here? I guess. That's the only thing that's being used in higher quantities. Unfortunately, none of this can be tested because none of this is requested inbound to this location. Fuck. Now it's not consistent with my design. Because here I've said it. Question on your scaling up design principle. Do you tend to build dedicated factories for intermediates like processors and green engines, or build from raw? You can see what I'm doing here. I'm requesting these in, so that means I must be building them somewhere else. So yes, I'll be making dedicated builds for intermediates that have multiple usages, but this one, I feel that's so intricately linked to the small carrier rockets that I want to do that. I want to do it here. That's not good. That is not good. Quantum chips and deuterium and solar sails and proliferators. Oh, I fucking hate this. Oh my god, this is awful. Oh, this is so bad. Right, so when I had the previous one, the argument was that I'll bring everything to the planet and distribute it out. Sure, makes sense. And then I have 7 inputs, 1 output, and then the proliferator was the odd one out. So I just put it with spinners, but I don't want it on spinners. I want it to be something you request in here. So the only solution when I have 8 outputs or 8 materials is that I need 1 more here. That means one of them has to be switched to an interstellar. If I switch this to an interstellar, well, the logical thing is, I mean, this is an interstellar now, so this should be also, why not? Why can't this one just request these things off planet instead of requesting them on planet? And I don't have an answer for that. But if it requested off planet, then it comes in batches of 2,000, and that's just too much for me, I think, for this little build. Like getting 2,000 quantum chips, 2,000 more quantum chips. I'd rather have it coming in 2,000 to the planet and then distributing 500 to four of these different builds, for example. But having this one in an interstellar logistics, deliberately only exporting it locally is just stupid. Sorry, but it is. Okay, the only argument I could have is that if this is a provider, then it should not be providing outbound. It's not making any sense. Just put proliferators on one of the main hub ILS and use logistics bot to get them around. Yeah, but then it doesn't fit, right? You're using my polar hub, you put it there. You're using my my solar panels and put it there, and then I provide you with a blueprint and you stamp it down and it doesn't work because I'm now assuming that you do something different from what I've been telling you and what I'm providing blueprints for. So you'll be stamping it down and it doesn't work because suddenly now I'm assuming that it's coming from a fidget spinner where I have just been providing you with a blueprint. Every single blueprint is where it comes in by drone, and that's the problem. Would it be terrible to just make that the standard now? Yes, it would be terrible. It would be horrible. So like the hub always has proliferated button. Yes, that's what I said. That's what I said too. Otherwise, I would have had it outbound here, and I don't. It's only available here. Otherwise, I would have taken one of these and converted that into drones. I mean, I could do that, but that's just not what I've been building. And the reason why I haven't been doing that is because I wanted the principle of everything that goes in and out of a planet comes from the hub, and therefore I don't need to export things generally around here, because I won't be taking things in and out of the planet at Interstellar, because I'll be using the planetary logistics station for all of it. And yet now I'm just seeing that I can't. Can't you use 2 planetary towers instead? What am I going to do with that one? There's only 4 plus 4, so what am I going to do with the last one? I need 9 inputs. And if I need 9 inputs, and these are in an interstellar, then I'm just signal confused, right? I'm saying we're not exporting anything off. This is a fully contained on the same planet, therefore we use planetary logistics, and then I'm using an interplanetary, and then the answer is like, well, just put some warpers in and let it fly anywhere and grab anything from anywhere and be done with it. And I'm like, no, that's not how I want this to be designed. I just don't know which one of my things I want to compromise. Either I compromise and let things come in with let the proliferators come in with a fidget spinner. That's the compromise. Or I take one of these in and then get just accept that that's the only way I can get 9 inputs for this build. Or the third option is that I replace both of these and then also get warpers in, and the warpers will then feed these two, and then they just grab from wherever I have quantum ships, wherever I have deuterium, wherever I have solar sails, for all of the builds, instead of funneling them to this planet. And I'm leaning towards the latter one is the option. I assume external proliferator bus. I did that on some of my previous builds where I sort of hit it along the lines here. It was something that was not really completely thought out, and yeah. Alright, so what are we having in here? We're having carbon nanotubes. And then the next one is titanium.
Our illustrious champion.
Then it's that one, right? Yeah. And then I have processors. Hello, no afro, thank you for the 28. Will they still tile? Yes, they do. This is from my latest build video. If you place it on the third intersection, 1, 2, 3 squares, and then the middle one will be on the middle of this one, and then you can place it again on the third one, and they will fit. But I just have to show you, otherwise it's just me saying it. So that will always work like that. Now the next one is unfortunately an issue as well, because what is the last point I'm getting it out here? It's either the proliferator No. It's the warpers. Could be an option. But if it is the warpers, then the warpers have to find a way into this one as well, which is difficult. Oh, come on. There. And that's returning. I want to get this. I need this line. But that's... Otherwise, how am I gonna get warpers from this one into that one? This line is just so perfect for it. But it's kind of busy over here. Is it feasible to ignore warpers and just load the ILS with planetary drones and planetary? That's kind of weird. It's definitely possible, but it's really hard to tell the story that I'm building this to be fully contained on the same planet, and therefore I use planetary logistics because you don't need anything else, because everything is consolidated, except I'm using an interplanetary, and all you can... Every comment on the video will be like, why are we not just enabling the remote and then it works? And then I'll be like, because it doesn't work, because you still need warpers. And that's the problem I'm dealing with now. Is there a masterclass of DSP for us newbies? Masterclasses is never intended for newbies. So how the hell are we gonna get it out here? Alright, I think there's an option, and it's kind of weird. Because now I have that line free, so I can sneak on top of and go back in. But I just want that one. I want that one. It makes so much sense to use it. It's such a useless location, and I want it. How can I, like 1 2 3 4 1 2 3? How does it actually get to that point? How do I have that? One, two, three, four, five. Sorry, 1 2 3 4 5 6. 1 2 3 4 5. Ah, this one is further out that way. And it has to, because there's an even number here. And I couldn't bend it inwards even if I wanted. I'd still have to go up. There are tutorials for yeah, sorry Jacob, I have tons of tutorials and guides and stuff for Dyson Sphere. If you're a beginner, then I would recommend checking out my very first series, because that's what I played when I was still learning it, and they might not be the crispest of builds, but I spend more time describing it, while here almost 2 years later it has more of the same feel as Factorio Masterclasses, where I assume that you know the game. And if you're a completely newbie, then it might be a bit difficult to follow. I still can't figure out how to do it. So my two options are either I get the solar panels in here, then I can get the solar panels out and then spread it, and that would be fine. But then I have to proliferate it at this location, which is not really a problem either. But then I just kind of don't have any more outputs or inputs. Like, if I do this, that one, then what does that mean? Now that's the inserters in the way. But they can be built here, right? There. And then I'd still have the issue of how do I get... And this one would be... That is feasible, but not pretty. Because now I just broke symmetry multiple places. Thank you, Jacob, for the Prime. Welcome.
You with determination.
Alternatively, if I move this just one tile in, then I can use the outer lane. Then I only have to make a little jump, but then I have to make a kink in this line, which is also just weird. It's always like the smallest things, like the big things we sort of design out, and then it's something as trivial as how do I get warblers from one to the other. I really wanted to go to abandon this. It's unbelievable how much I wanted that. Unfreaking believable how much I want to go in this line. But even if I did, it wouldn't really help me very much. Hello, Jeff. I really prefer this way, because this is not pretty. And yeah. I don't know what I'm gonna do about this one. I really want this one to be here. Like, I don't want to proliferate it out here instead of here. But maybe I just can't do it. because that's the only place I can sneak by without making the build bigger. That one is just haunting me, that one. Oh my god, that's haunting me so badly. The fact that I have a line empty and a double line is just absolutely killing me. You cannot imagine how much that annoys me. Why not in the empty line? What am I going to do now? Or if I go up, then it bumps into that one. And then I'd have to not have this line and then get it in the other way. That's not really an option either. And then I've been looking at pushing this build one tile up, but then I have a nasty kink over here. As soon as possible after going under the proliferated line. Was it too few spaces? Then alternatively it'd have to be here and then go down. That might actually be better. Let's do it that way. Then it's at least contained inside. But the other way around. Then up. Really like it to not have to go above, but I guess that's kind of the price. Have a splitter on the side that sorts them. Don't have room for splitters. Only the inline splitter version. Only this has room here. So I've been thinking about how I would like building it here and then this also means I can take this out and re-establish it here where I feel it belongs. Okay. I am so not liking this. Oh man, I don't like this. I really don't like having this. This was exactly what I wanted to avoid with this build, and now I ended up doing it anyway. Oh, fucking hell, this is a bad build. So unsatisfying that I've spent so much time on building it and designing it, and then at the end it's just, oh yeah, We don't have 8, we have 9 inputs, and then the whole thing gets messed up. I just really wanted it to be a local build, local planetary build, because that's what I've said. I wanted all my builds to be local planetary builds, and then I can't do it here. And crafting one of the ingredients on site. Yeah. That is, I mean, that's, it's not a good idea, but it's an idea. And it would be totally tearing it up. But that would be here, the processor, right? Because the processor is consisting of silicon plus iron and copper. But that's not a good idea. Yep, my Dyson Sphere Maker blueprint is on my website. Yes, but it's not on. Yeah, it's. There are three different pages with blueprints, and depending on which series I invented it in, that's where it is. So the one you link to is probably from my last series, and if I invented it in the previous series, then it's not there. And I know it's not intuitive, but yeah, I don't know. Someone should clean up on that, but. There's a lot of things someone should do. Because what I really don't like is... Okay, so... What I'd have to do is like build, I don't know, 2,000. Which means that when this one gets upgraded to full, then it is requesting 4,000 quantum chips into each one of these. That's so absurd. So that means it sends out a ship somewhere, comes back with 1 or 2,000 quantum chips, and that means I'm super reliant on vessels just going back and forth to every single location, and every time they go out they take more than they need because the buffers are too big. If I had a planetary buffer, then I could fill that up and then distribute it to 2, 4, 5, 10 of these builds, maybe up to 6, I would say, of these builds that work on a single build, on a single area, so that I could say, I built this, and then I would build up here on my hub, I'd build the second ring around, and then request solar sails, because we're going to request it anyway, and deuterium, and what was the other things, right? Quantum chips, processor, carbon nanotubes, like all the things that we need to request. I could request them up here, and they would then be available to multiples of these builds. And I like that. What's the goal of this Let's Play? I don't know. I don't know. Make some cool designs. And I just feel that this is so close, and yet it's not working. The only way it could work was by saying the proliferator has to come in some other way. That's the shittiest solution. That's just not really a good solution of anything. I go like, hey, here's the blueprint. By the way, the doors on the car are missing. Find your own damn doors. Like, well, it's not really a great car if it's missing doors. Well, everything else is working. Yeah, but there are no doors. It still works, just not very well. But go find some doors and you have a perfectly viable car. That's not really my style. And this one is working, but it just breaks the idea that I like. Is there anything else that I could sort of manipulate with? Can you make the proliferator locally and inbound it into logistics bots? No. Make the proliferator locally and inbound it into logistics bots. Those two things have nothing to do with each other. I would never make it locally. That would be an awful idea, because you'd make it where one central location. You don't want to say, hey, do you want rockets? Then build some proliferator. That doesn't fit. But could I get him inbound with bots? Easily. Easily. I have him here. And all I need to do is take one of these that are allocated to foundations, switch it over to proliferator, and then get it in there. What's the problem here? Ugh, a lot of things are a problem. I don't know. Yeah, Speedy. This is exactly where we started off. We started off by having the build completed and happy and all that, and then realizing that I am not taking my proliferator in with bots. And if I take my proliferator in with bots, then if you're using my polar hub and then you're using this blueprint, they don't fit together. That's the problem. Because the polar hub says, if you want proliferator, requested by drone. And this one is then saying, hey, if you want proliferator, requested by bot. Like, I mean, make up your damn mind. That's to myself, right? It's limited by the fact that I need 7 ingredients in and 1 out. 4 plus 3 inbound and 1 out. And that's perfect for planetary logistics. But then I realized that I also, of course, need proliferator inbound. And I just need to figure out which one of these principles is the stronger one. And I'm kind of feeling that maybe I just have to do this. If I did this, then it really wouldn't be a problem at all. And I wouldn't need all of that junk. I think I've decided that this is the least bad option. Because I really want this design philosophy to be consistent for this build. As happy as I am when things just fit, that's as unhappy I am than when things just don't fit. As you can probably tell. Jim, that one. You're gonna go in here, you're gonna be 24. It seems like this is something we built like an hour ago. I wonder why. Tubes. I know this by heart by now. And this one. Good night to you, Sam. So this is now the design. And then I'm going to be just requesting 500 because the point is, with the exception of this one, I don't really need much in here. And this one could be supply, and this one would be 500. 500. Demand. 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 Supply. Demand. 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 Wow, nothing is working. I know. And that's going to be the blueprint. Anything missing? I think we have done all the settings. The one thing I want to check is just that one. Should be to make sure that I have the right icons on whatever I have moving. This one can be there. So now if you're looking at it and one of them is not coming in, then you can see which one is it supposed to be. Easily, I think. Easily-ish. I definitely prefer this. Yeah, me too. But it does have some. And this is small carrier rocket 1.25 per sec. And that is, I mean, is it anything? I think this needs, yeah, small carrier rockets, and then indicate that it's using that one and that one. So I know sort of the tech level. And now it's just somewhere between the million of other random blueprints there. And then we just have to test. Small carrier rocket. That one. It fits. Control C, undo. Put a note on it to make a distribution change. Make a distribution change? Yeah, well. Like that. They should be flying out as well. Yeah. Good. Nope. Right. Like this. Love the fact that I can build it like this. So cool. And now we start requesting all the stuff that we want inbound for this location. Let's just be modest right now. That one. Quantum chips there. Yeah, that's 3. That's gotta be enough requesters here. And then what else do we want to request? That was nanotubes there and here. And the last one is then processors and providing carry rockets. Go. Oh, no, it has to be provided. How the hell is this one not going? Oh, because it's... No? That makes no sense. I know I have a lot of this. Or maybe I don't. I need more of these. Because this one is the only one that's in high quantity demand. Yeah, and then we can see what the next thing we want to do is, and that's getting that one inbound. Getting all of the things that we are now requesting but don't have, getting those in to be requested here. Need to figure out why the solar panels are not working, or solar sails are not working. This one I know is not working. The other ones are okay. That one this feels wrong, very wrong. Yeah, everything else is weirdly okay. I mean, this one I can also accept, but I could just push it out if I wanted to. But the solar cells is really problematic. Where are we producing solar cells? I can't even remember. Is it over here somewhere? It's one where we had optical grading crystals. So it can't be here. From Barthak 2 to Barthak 1. That's where we're going. Last little debug issue here. I'm guessing it's stone running out or something. Will there be another Automation Empire playthrough on this channel? Such an underrated game. I doubt it. I agree. Automation Empire, which one was that? Was that the one with the taxes? Ah, the one with the taxes. Well. Death and taxes. Exactly. Taxes. Alright. I think it's because we're running out of stone. Because I did build this cool design that is not working. And it's not working because glass. And glass is not working because stone is 0 on this planet. Wow. We request some glass in here. That one is gonna request some glass. Luckily we know we built that not long ago. So that's the thing. Really enjoying Foundry lately. Would have had no idea if you hadn't showcased it a bit ago. Awesome. That's the argument for those kind of things. Yeah, it's a super popular video on my YouTube channel. And which is nice, but the comments are fucking toxic. I have never had any content that had so many bad comments. And every single one of those bad comments is exactly the same. It's always, oh my god, what a fucking rip-off of Satisfactory. Oh, what a cheap knockoff of Satisfactory. Oh, it's a bad copy of Satisfactory. I'm like, you are not seeing anything. If you think it's a bad rip-off of Satisfactory, you're wrong, because it's actually, there's nothing about it that's satisfactory. 3D, it's more Minecraft than it's anything else. It's Minecraft and Factorio. There's nothing about it that has any satisfactory feel to it. I wonder what brings out the aggro. Satisfactory is not a good, not good factory game. No, it's a good architecture game, and it's a good building game. But it's as a factory game, it doesn't do much. And the way that Foundry is built up is much closer to Factorio because it has inserters. Like, that is, like, if you want to say that it's copy of it, then it basically go like, we take the Minecraft engine and we copy all the Factorio stuff we can into it. If you said that, I would say, yeah, that's pretty accurate. But it has, I don't get why Satisfactory community is just, and I'm not saying, of course, not even, but why why it's people who hold Satisfactory dearly, who feel it's necessary to belittle other games. Like, there's something about it. Like, this is like League of Legends Dota. Like, I was just best, and to everyone outside, it's just like, it's two sides of the same thing. And it does the same thing, and this one is better here, and this one's better here, and this one's more popular here, and this one's more popular here. But yeah, it's the same kind of game, right? But there's something that's like, you don't see anyone coming in here or commenting on my Dyson Sphere program videos and saying it's a rip-off of Satisfactory or a rip-off of Factorio. Like, yeah. I don't know. People who really like something can get very emotional about it. Right? Yeah, but this is the thing. Like, this doesn't come out of nowhere. It comes from sort of building and like building a tribal behavior. And I know where it comes from. I'm not gonna say it, but you can deduce it. But that's something you can also see that with streamers. There are some streamers where this community hates that community, like Hasanabi and XQC or Ludwig, and there's some drama across, right? And that only happens because they tell the community how to feel. I put a very, very big emphasis on never belittling any other content creators, because I don't want to be, hey, you know, that guy, that sucks, and that guy, and when someone comes in here and says, oh, you're much better than someone else, right? You don't say that. You can say you prefer me over others, but no reason to mention names, and I will never sort of encourage this. And every time I say something like, for example, of Kibitz, then I always make sure to emphasize that I really appreciate the content and have very good conversations with him about content creations, about sponsorships even. We were just talking on Discord as well. But I know that his content is different than mine, and he knows that mine is different from his, and we sort of know, like, yeah, I prefer this, yeah, I prefer that. And sometimes I pull that out as an example of what is different, but never as in mine is better. But it is, of course. Right. And that's a... yeah, I think that's... So if there's a elitist community, you have to sort of think about where that... And I just don't get it why this... It's like, it's not okay to say that Satisfactory has flaws. Because, damn, it does. And I like Satisfactory. Of course I do. Otherwise I wouldn't have played it more than 1,000 hours. Obviously. So. I just don't really want any drama. This is also back to the comment about sort of no meetups and stuff. No, I don't want to meet up. And it was actually... Now, like the Satisfactory streamers, super nice guys. It was super great to meet them all at TwitchCon. They clearly know each other really well and have met up several times before. And it shows, which is cool. And I was the... Everyone, of course, knew me, but never met me, and they all knew each other. So it was nice to hang out with them and get to know them a bit. But I don't really want to hang out with other streamers. I don't think that's... Yeah. I have no need of it. And too many streamers are too self-centered. There you go. Speaking of other streamers here on the last seconds of it, I saw the, I don't know, cute is the wrong word, but I don't know, I'm not going into the drama, but if you're interested in Twitch drama, then see what's happening with Amaranth. But I saw Amaranth in a sweater, and she was like, "Oh, it's so nice. I can wear a sweater. I don't have to be naked anymore." And she went like, "Master gave Dobby a sock," and I was just, that was like, oh man, that touched me. That was such a heartfelt comment. So yep, less skin and more sweaters from now on, and good for that. But I thought that comment was just absolutely perfect. So yeah, that Factorio guy, yeah, my stuff is so fucked up. Yeah, if the side of her story we saw is anyway representative, I hope she can break out of that situation. Yeah, I hope so too. I have a good friend who, well, actually I have several friends, female friends, who are or have been in relationships with narcissists, and it's pretty damn difficult. And I am no psychologist, but everything about that one-sided, that phone conversation just sounded like that's a narcissist, that manipulating between going from being the sweetest thing to being threatening and just alternating back and forth, and it's all about diminishing the other person's self-worth. It's horrible. So yeah, I hope so too. Yeah. 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 Please explain. You can have fun after we end the stream now. So checking up on, if you want to get an update on it, then Moist Critical on YouTube is probably the he has like a 15-minute summary of it with his own opinion, and he always has very, very good opinions, I'd say. Very balanced and nuanced. So, moist critical. Anyway, I'm going to wrap up now. I am not going to be here the next couple of days. I'm going on a little vacation. And so, I'll be back on Saturday with some Darkest Dungeon. And yeah, we'll see. Gotta say, it's a bit rough. Let's hope that things are picking up a bit when we come back. So we'll also be doing some God of War starting on Sunday. So if you want to see that being played through again, then come join as preparation for the for the release again. Yeah. Cool. Good night, everyone. Take care and stay effective.